How's it going, everybody? Another beautiful Saturday to... Well, actually, it's not that beautiful. It's pretty wet out. But you know... That's how it is. Yeah. I don't know. Let's get to it. So, I forgot to change the game title in here. Need you. That's not right. Yeah, we've had a few weeks. We had a rough February. A lot of stuff that we needed to get through. I wish I could say we were done with that style of game, but we pretty much did most of the Amiga and not the other horrible Eurocomputer ports. But you know, that's how it is. But anyway, this is just going to be a mix today of whatever arcade games are working on the Mister. Oh, this is really quiet. Say your prayers. Yeah, I can barely hear this. Hold on. There we go. How's that volume on stream? Low, but somehow blown out. That's weird. I wonder... How's that? Same quality but quieter. That's really weird because it sounds fine on my cab. I might try physically unplugging my capture card here quick and hoping that stream doesn't need to go down for it. Yeah, I'm not doubting that it's messed up. Looks like it's still quiet, which I'm guessing means it's still messed up. Let's try a different core quick, just to see if it's a core issue for some reason, or if my capture is just really screwed. We're not playing this today. I've already beaten this for the thing. This is certainly louder. How does this sound? This sounds better? Huh. So I guess there's just something weird about that core. It's also significantly louder. Well, let's try... this. Let's see if it's some weird problem with the specific default version of the Punisher that they have. This seems a little louder. How does this sound okay? Quality is better? That's weird. So there's just some problem, or either that or maybe it just loaded badly. It looks like it could be louder though. Maybe about, actually it looks like I can crank it. It looks like there should be okay. I can probably, oh, no. Sounds good? Okay. Weird. That's weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before where one version of a core works that much different. But again, it may have just been that it loaded badly. Every once in a while, the Mister can like misfire a load and have something weird. It's just bizarre that it would be bad on stream, but not on my cabinet. See, this game, you can pick up a lot of shit. The Punisher. This game is kind of interesting because this is like the most free movement of any game of like this era that I know of. Most games are much more, or were much more restricted until quite a bit later. You've got some cool special like jumping throws. You can do lots of wacky stuff like this. I know this game was pretty popular in a lot of regions because it was accessible, and then like the addition of the mobility. The CPS 1.5 stuff I've noticed in particular seems to be really popular in like Brazil. I think probably because it's the latest stuff that was people could like get hardware modified for. Yeah, you can pick enemies up off the ground in some situations in this game, which is fun. Yeah, this game has a really weird mechanic with the gun, because the Punisher will only use his gun if the enemies have a gun or are in some other way perceived as, like, I guess being fatal. Bruno won't escape me this time. Yeah. Punisher is so like weirdly mobile in this game almost. Like the Punisher is not a superhero that I would describe as particularly mobile in his general lore, but he's just rolling around. He hugged us and gave us a pizza. Sliced pizza. Yeah, the two characters aren't very different, unfortunately. They're pretty well the same. There's some hitbox differences, little things. Giant swing. I don't know that I'd say this game has a large kit. It's pretty straightforward, and even like the kit you have is mostly variations on the same moves. Like you've got jump kick and you've got dash jump kick, and they're not undifferent, but they're similar utility, just with different like details to them. All right, so this is one thing I will say is kind of a weakness of this game to me, is that the Gargoyd fights are kind of dumb. Oh, yep. That does just hit the whole screen. That's why I was jumping before. There we go. Kingpin. I love Kingpin as a villain because he just gets used for so many different superheroes. And it's like, they really make a big deal out of like, he's not superhuman, he doesn't have superhuman strength, but he is like unbelievably strong and huge for a human. And it's like, what are you talking about? What does that mean? Look at this, we messed up this car. Guy driving it too, didn't even get out. And strike throws are just like unbelievably good in this. Yeah, we got enemies with guns, so we'll just whip out our pistol and start... Oh, right. Start blasting. I'm not really a huge fan of these gun segments. I think they're pretty weak overall. They're just like not mechanically that interesting. You mostly just stand and mash the attack button. Now, even if there aren't enemies on screen that like use a gun, you can still use a gun. All right, so I've got full grenades, so I might as well use one. They're kind of a little weird. Punisher just won't use his unlimited pistol. So here's our first pretty boys. They're robots, so we get to shoot at them. And their name changes to Pretty Legs when they're at low health and just legs. Yeah, the pistol sections wouldn't even be as annoying if they auto-fired. You know? Ah, missed him. These guys are pretty interesting because like they'll tech throw, but if they hit a wall, then they can't tech throw because they've already hit a wall. Walls in general are like really weird in this game. Alright, and here's our boss. A very normal boss to show up in the Punisher. Bonebreaker. Oh, he can do that angle. Okay, I thought I was far enough out. So oddly, while Bonebreaker is this huge tank thing, he's actually not considered armed. The only reason I have my pistol out here is because of the other guys on screen. Man, I hate this boss a lot. This is one of my least favorite bosses in this game. Like, he's not even that hard, he's just mechanically not interesting, and I'm too lazy to fight him properly a lot of the time. So I'll just kind of, like, take damage because I'm doing nonsense stuff. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Yeah, there's a lance. It's a lot of weird. Yeah, the pistol is not... is not great, honestly. It's fine for most of the enemy segments, but on the actual boss there, it kind of sucks. Take our nice little Street Fighter 2 bonus game with the Punisher spin on it. One got away. This game has a lot of not so subtle references to other Capcom stuff. Yeah, the Punisher is kind of tricky because I don't feel like the Punisher is a character who's defined particularly by his villains, like a lot of superheroes are. Like the Punisher villains are generally just kind of like guys, right? They're like just generic guys. Yeah, Bonebreaker is just like a normal enemy. He's not a boss. He's just like a normal mook you fight a bunch of. Right, he does have some. It's not like they don't exist. Oh, right, there's a down-up attack. Weirdly. It's not like he doesn't have them, just like... They're not defining to the Punisher in the way that many, many superheroes... You know, like, you could almost say the Fantastic Four are almost entirely just Doctor Doom's protagonists. And people would be like, yeah, okay. Yeah, Marvel, both DC and Marvel, but I feel like especially Marvel tended to pass their villains around between characters a lot. That was a little weird. Let's get this axe out of that. Yeah, you can knock enemies off this, but you can't actually fall off of it, which is something. Yan Lee. Certainly not a Stan Lee. Sound alike? Shuriken, which take damage for no reason. Yeah, another very much Punisher villain, Bushwhacker, who I've definitely heard of outside of the context of this game, certainly. Oh, okay. For some reason it didn't occur to me that I would drop her if I dashed. Oh, well. The dorky combat roll. Yeah, I think my biggest problem with this game and like the way it's all presented and all this is it just doesn't really feel like a Punisher game. Like, it feels like a superhero game and they went, who can fit in this? The Punisher. Yeah. And like that's okay. It's totally a good game, ignoring all that. But like it really does feel like the Punisher does not need to be the hero here. Dick Fury calling anyone is available, yeah. The funny thing is, I think it would feel more Punisher-like if there weren't these segments where you used the pistol. Not so much because, like, I think it would, you know, not because using the pistol isn't Punisher-like, but just because, like, it feels so out of place that you know he's got this pistol the whole time, and he's not using it. You know? Like, he's choosing not to use the pistol for some mysterious reason. When it's like, okay, maybe he just doesn't have ammo right now, you know? He's the Punisher and he doesn't have a gun right now, so he's got to beat the shit out of all these dudes. Okay. Suspension of disbelief is a really funny thing sometimes. Or if there were, like, specific screens where it happened even. You know, it was like, oh, they find a pistol on their way to the thing and... and now they're using it for a little while. But it's like, literally just an enemy shows up and they're like, oh, that's the guy. I'm gonna use the pistol on that asshole. Is it the guy using a blowtorch? No, he's fine. The medieval weapons, I think when you first get them, they feel okay because it's like you like destroy a statue or like a suit of armor that's sitting around and you get the lance out of it. And it's like, okay. I'm not gonna say the lance is a Punisher-like weapon, you know, like a weapon I would associate with the Punisher, but I would also 100% believe that if the Punisher was fighting some dude next to a statue and the lance fell off of it, he would absolutely pick it up and throw it at a dude, you know? But yeah, when it's just like, here's a crate and there's a... there's a lance in it. It's a bit more iffy. But then there's stuff like this where it just feels a bit silly. Yeah. The Punter's also a weird character because he's been co-opted by people who the actual ethos of the Punisher thinks are, like, the worst people in the fucking world. Like... He would despise? No, he would not despise them. He would not think of them. He would kill them. He would simply kill them. That is Punisher's whole bit. There would be no thought process. It would simply be, oh, this guy's evil. I'm killing him. Whoop. The turn shot animation is kind of cool, even if it is, like, really, really quick. Jeez. To go the other way. All right, Guard Droid 2. Time he comes with a couple mooks who are now gone. Attack patterns changed very slightly. Whoops. Do need to pay attention to it. He's also, like, slightly faster just in general. Gonna grenade him a bunch, because why not? Get our damage in. Pretty boy. Means we get to pull out the pistol. Or you can actually throw them. I always forget that. No! I got the down-up attack. And our wonderful game over screen. You know, a crossover between Batman and the Punisher seems simultaneously like the most natural and the least natural crossover possible. Because, like, on one hand, they're both the, like, kind of edgy crime fighter type thing. And on the other hand, Batman doesn't just, like, arbitrarily kill all his villains. Whereas the Punisher is just like, nah, man, this is over. They're done. Kill it, yeah. I wouldn't say Batman doesn't kill, because that is a bit of a, like, it is a bit of a, depending on what Batman you're talking about, a lot. But Batman doesn't arbitrarily kill people at the very least. Even in the, like, more dark iterations of Batman. Like, you have to fuck up before he's killing you, right? Like, it's not like he's just, oh, you're a crime dude with a gun, get bent, like the Punisher is. Like, these dudes who are just running up and punching him, maybe the Punisher wouldn't kill in the comics. Maybe. At least in his original, like, iteration. Yeah, I'm not talking about the knife guys. I'm talking about the bare-handed guys strictly. And even then, it would be like, all right, you got one chance to run away. Or give up. Otherwise, he's gonna pull the Indiana Jones fight scene on you. Like, ultimately, all the superhero stuff is just so weird, too, because it's all so dependent on who the author is, right? Like, I'm sure there's variations on the Punisher that somebody's written where he's just the worst kind of asshole. Who's the writer bad enough to write the Punisher cooperating with ICE? Jesus. Oh yeah, I agree 100% toxic. The artist for the Punisher has literally, or one of the recent artists for the Punisher has literally drawn him shooting an ICE agent. So, like, I'm not saying that any good Punisher artist would do it. Anyway, I am not shy about my political beliefs, but I also don't want it to be the focus here. So let's move on from that particular point of discussion. Oh, Cap and Hydra was hilarious. That was just one of those, like, what are you even doing, man? Like, even the base premise of the story is so unnecessary. Yeah, it's true. Like, comics have the issue of, like, you're trying to sell something that's been going forever, and you're also writing these same characters forever, because no one in the US can ever move on from an IP. Oh, right, I can take that out. Okay. That has a hitbox behind me, apparently, because it blocked that knife. It's cool. Oh, it was the bottom one? I thought it was the top one. Oh, well. Oh, that's a creepy face with her sitting on the wall like that. Here we are, Kingpin. So this game's very funny about the Kingpin because, like, the Kingpin is a normal guy, right? Like, they explicitly do not want him to be, like, superhuman. But Capcom really wanted him to be big. Like, he was actually apparently supposed to be bigger than this. And Marvel was like, no, but he's just a normal guy. You can't make him gigantic. And they still made him this big. And then Marvel was like, hey, actually, giant Kingpin kind of kicks ass. Maybe we should do that. And then Kingpin is often just gigantic now. And also, you can still just pick him up and throw him. Funny enough, he's kind of one of the easier bosses in the game. I don't know if I've ever seen the full Nelson in this before. Oh, I wanted to throw him and I got the slash kick instead. Yeah, the Juggernaut is not a mutant. He's a guy with magical powers from a gem that he stole or something. The helmet, I think, protects him from mind control or something. Yeah, here's Nick Fury, who was here. For him, there is no rest from the war until there is no evil left on the earth to fight. Say your prayers. Yeah. To be fair, Samuel L. Jackson does make a great Nick Fury. Like, took a kind of okay-ish character and turned him into one that people really, really like. I mean, Patrick Stewart was a great Professor X, but I don't feel like he really redefined the character in the same way that Samuel L. Jackson did. Have I seen the Japanese ending? Probably at some point, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, look at this shot with the I love playing 90s arcade games because every once in a while you get these shots with the Twin Towers. And yeah, I mean, I think part of it is that Charles Xavier is not a strongly defined character in a lot of people's heads. You know? Like, I think you could, as long as he had the same general appearance, I don't think most people would, like, pick up if Xavier was acting differently. Real images of digitized of crime and poverty. Wow. Okay. Yeah, actually, I do remember that now that you're saying it. I mean, it is natural to have done it. Like, they were an incredibly iconic part of the skyline. does it? Yeah. Comedic stuff is weird because, like, man, you can have a comedic character and have it work. And I think there's something to be said for having what is normally a very serious character deliver a comedic line based on a situation. Because I think that if it's done well, that can be incredibly funny. But also, it is probably one of the types of comedy most prone to thinking somebody was more clever than they are. Or rather that somebody thought they were more clever with their writing than they were. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the deal with the Punisher is that he was like... Before that, he would have been like an incredibly patriotic person with like huge amounts of faith in the system. And that's why him going out and becoming a vigilante and just killing people is so significant, is that like the crime that murdered his family kind of broke his whole faith in the entire system that he was in. Anyway. Why did that not go away? Oh, it did. It just didn't. The Punisher. Hey, thanks, Elrock. Not exactly a one credit play, just a little bit of messing around, but considering how long it's been since I've played it, it's not bad. I should get more consistent at the game. It's really, like, on the scale of arcade games, the Punisher really is pretty easy. I just get lazy with it. One of the few games on Capcom's CPS 1.5 hardware. Punisher, both one of Capcom's most iconic arcade beat-em-ups, and also basic mechanics are very solid. With down to $6, well done. Yeah, I need to stream more. I really do. I don't know. This whole year has just been really, really tough to motivate myself to stream a lot because of work. Really freeform. Dodging movements. Combat has many options thanks to different ways weapons can be used, including generally strong attacking options. My biggest complaints probably be that it simply does not feel much like a Punisher. I don't know if it's even that I really take a break. I just do it. This is nowhere near as the Konami X-Men. I'm going to tell you something you might not like to hear, which is I think this game is an order of magnitude better than X-Men. X-Men has a lot of cool presentation stuff, but the actual game itself is pretty dry, in my opinion. But we'll get to that some other time. Fact, Frank carries a pistol, which he refuses to use in most situations. He was very out of character. The pistol mechanic was simply removed. It would go a long ways. Is now broken. This is also mostly feel out of place with the two guard robots and Bonebreaker. Bushwhacker. Guess we'll list Bonebreaker here. After all feeling like a different hero. Yeah, and to some degree, like, which game you're gonna look like better depends on what you want out of the game, right? Like I think this game is better, but I think it's better because the mechanics and interactions that you have with the enemies are more dynamic. Whereas in X-Men, like, the mechanics in X-Men are very simple. The way you interact with enemies is very simple. Most of but on the flip side of that, I would 100% agree that X-Men has better presentation than this game. And so if presentation is more important to you than the game mechanics, then X-Men is going to feel like the stronger game. If the game mechanics are more important to you and the presentation is less important, then I think the opposite would be true, you know? And that's fair. Yeah, Spider-Man in that looks so depressed. And yeah, I make typos all the time. If you find typos in these, feel free to tell me, because I cannot, like, the way that this comes up on my screen is really hard for me to see. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think the presentation I don't think the presentation is bad in this game by any stretch of the imagination. But, like, again, the fact that this game feels so little like a Punisher game explicitly makes it a lot harder to justify. Good enough. I think this game is excellent. I think this game is excellent. I think this is easily an A. I think this is, as much as I personally wouldn't rank this as my favorite of Capcom's arcade entries, I think this game is just like really well put together all together. It has some weird presentation stuff. But yeah, overwhelmed by the number of options. I can see that. Oh yeah, I see. But I would also say you could ignore a lot of the choices and be fine. Like, I would be willing to say that you could easily 1cc this game without ever jumping. Like, I would say you could ignore the jump button altogether with the exception of maybe, with the exception of maybe, like, using the Super Joy. And honestly, probably even using the Super Joy. I'm willing to bet you could 1cc this game without ever using the jump button. I haven't watched Invincible. I don't really watch much TV, to be honest with you. And I include any kind of, like, shows with that, not just, like, cable television. I'm not going to say Invincible is bad, but it looked pretty, like, we're making a show about superheroes, except it's going to go into the bad stuff about it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just didn't really want to watch it. If that makes sense. It generally takes quite a bit to get me to want to watch a show. Or else I have to be in a particularly lazy mood. those are the two options. Either I want to watch a show because because it's really, really good, or I am just incredibly lazy when it happens to be in the discussion, in the general discussion. And that's why I've watched, like, really random stuff sometimes, like the what's the one anime called, the Let's or Don't Mess with the Movie Club, whatever it is, Aizenken or something. I don't know I don't remember the actual word. I watched that just because it happened to be popular and I was really lazy when it was popular. It's like, I guarantee if you were to guess animes that I would have, yeah, keep your hands off Aizuken, that's it. If you were to start listing anime that you thought I'd watched, I can't imagine anyone would put that anywhere remotely high in a list that they thought I would have watched. But yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna comment anymore on that because I haven't watched it and I don't intend to watch it. I will say Watchmen is very weird to me because that's very much like The Punisher, where it's like, it seems like everyone who really likes The Watchmen misses the entire point. like literally anyone I've ever talked to who really likes The Watchmen, and I don't mean like normal likes it, where like, oh yeah, that was a good series, or that was a good movie even. But like the people who'd be like, oh, Watchmen's my favorite, it's so cool, Rorschach is the greatest superhero ever. It's like, do you understand the point of Rorschach? Do you get what the point of that character is? Like to be fair, the people who I know who like The Watchmen a normal amount absolutely get the point of Rorschach. Like, absolutely do. Absolutely, like, even if they like him as a character, like, they like him as the character that he's presented as, not as, like, they like him, you know? Like, you can like a character because you think they're good at portraying the thing that they're trying to portray, right? That doesn't mean you think they're, like, a good person. All right. Let's slow things down a little bit. Always coming back to Double Dragon 2. There's so many Double Dragons, man. It just keeps happening. This is your favorite beat 'em up? The arcade version specifically? I don't think I've ever heard that opinion before. That's really interesting. I don't blame anyone for liking what they like. It's curious to me when it's always interesting to me when someone really, really likes a game that the opinion of is generally not high compared to like the other stuff associated with it. Because it's just like, it's interesting what people's attraction on it. Anyway. So, after Double Dragon 1, they had to escalate. This game is pretty weird in that, it uses a lot of assets from Double Dragon 1, but in, like, really strange ways. So one really stupid thing about this game is you have to be really careful about like how you finish screens out if you want to not screw the timer. Guess it's too late here. This game also has one of the great weapons of all time here. Maybe not here. thought it was right here where the first one showed up. But... This is the introduction game of the shovel. So one thing, another thing I'll say about this game that's kind of fucked up is your health bar, like, just is fucking wrong. The amount of damage you take is effectively completely random. Whoa. Like, I've gotten hit a couple times and it hasn't shown any damage yet, but I guarantee I'm at, like, half health. Oh! Wow, really? I'm shocked at how little damage I've taken from this. Oh, here it is, the shovel! Yeah, so the thing about Double Dragon is in the US, like, we're like, oh man, it's Technos' huge IP that everybody cares about. And in Japan, it's like this side IP that they don't give a shit about. They care about Kunio. Anyway, here's Burnov. Burnov, I don't really feel like fighting him, so we're gonna try and do funny stuff to him. Maybe not. Yeah, there we go. Oh, nope. There we go. So they kind of forgot to put a piece of ground over there. they didn't do that. Oh, another thing that I know some people don't like is this game has directional controls. So you hit like the direction of the attack you want to do, which is something Technos did quite a bit of. Rah, rah. Knife? What did you bounce off of? I think he got the knife, yeah. So another thing about this game is that the items are really, or the weapons are really weird. What? So if the game thinks a weapon already exists, then it can't spawn another weapon. So like even though enemies can have 3 weapons, the fact that that knife is sitting there now means that they can no longer make a weapon. Anyway, here's this gentleman. Who I forget the name of every single time I play this video game. I think it's like Eivor. Dead? Yeah. Alright, so if I was going for a 1cc, I've already failed it. Another spot they did not program ground in, which actually this screen is also in Double Dragon 1 and also does not have ground over there. So I need to advance the screen here. The way this game handles advancing is very strange. There's not like a set number of enemies in each fight necessarily. There's like a max. But like here, it's gonna keep spawning enemies until I defeat both of the enemies that are here at approximately the same time. And there is some limit, so I think, oh, nope, I didn't hit the limit. So I'm likely running out of time on this stage. At least if I don't start playing better. But maybe we'll do the funny thing instead of winning. Oop. Oh. So yeah, as soon as I hit that, as soon as I hit Roper with a knife, Williams had a knife slot open, so that's why he waited to throw it until right then. Oh, cool. That should be close enough? Yeah. Alright, out on the farm, you can do funny things over here and get out of bounds. You can actually just jump down and die, which is fun. Is the time limit a real threat in this game? Yes. Absolutely. Not necessarily on this stage normally. But like, you do have to play... Oh yeah, the AI still thinks it needs to jump over that. That's funny. Did I turn into Roper or Williams for a second there? I swear the sprites were like really fucked up. I don't think I can throw this. It's a shame, I don't really want the shovel. Whoa, nice throw. Come on, cows. There we go. Alright. Come on. Definitely rusty at this one. Get rid of that so the AI behaves. Yeah, and like this game did make a lot of improvements from Double Dragon 1. Like, absolutely. But like the game doesn't run just like shit constantly, like Double Dragon 1 does. Yeah, gotta have the means of production. You can just knock this guy off the cliff. I find it to be excessively dangerous, considering how easy it is to loop him normally. If I can hit the button correctly. Oh, right. Right chin. I got jump scared by the chin's music. Yeah, looks like Abobo, but Abobo is not in this video game. Abobo does not appear in Double Dragon 2 Arcade. See if I can get these. Let's Williams first. So not appearing in this film. Alright, so Trap Room is fortunately significantly easier in this game than it was in Double Dragon 1. Kind of do this, and then you go, and you get screwed by the first wall, but you go down here, and you don't do the rest of it. You can go further that way, but there's nothing there, it's just a trick. So the funny thing is that death doesn't even help the timer situation in this stage because the timer does not reset for health death, which is a thing that happens in a weird number of games. Sometimes the uppercut doesn't come out when they're stunned, and it's pretty annoying. Seems like walking away from a pixel might help with that. Oh, maybe not. Come on. Someday. Someday I'll fix my coin shoot. Probably. Probably not, actually. Yeah, I mean, elbow being as good as it was problematic. Like, it is still good in this game. It's like a really high priority move. It just doesn't do any damage. God, he actually, like, shoots reasonably early in the fight. Or, like, at reasonable times for him to be shooting, I should say, I suppose. Willie himself is actually quite easy in this game. Like, you can mostly just stand and punch him. Obviously, Chin is here, so we have to be mindful of Chin. Then the real final boss. Our own shadow self. So this fight's not hard for the most part. It just has one really annoying thing about it, which is this attack, which is just unbelievably stupid. Basically, so when he does that, he's turning invisible and then just like running around the screen really fast. And if he touches you while your feet are on the ground, then you get thrown. Other than that, you just do this to him and he pretty well doesn't do anything about it. And that's that. Here's our ending. Our nice picture of the brothers with Marion. And that's it. That's the entire ending. Double Dragon 2 has no time. No time for shit. Yeah, she is dead. That's why it's a picture of them. Had a high score? I don't know if I had the high score, but fun thing is, if you one credit this game, you don't get to enter your initials for the scoreboard. Because it never does that. You have to game over. Yeah. Also, the last fight in NES, I don't think is intended to be the like Shadow Self. I think Mysterious Warrior is supposed to be an actual person. He's just like really weird, really weird that he's there. Yeah, because I think I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think this is actually a revision kit for Double Dragon 1. I don't even think it's its own board necessarily. Yeah, Renegade, you eventually just have to game over, like many arcade. And then one thing about this game is they changed the timer in the US version, so it's even a little bit meaner on the timer. They did change the combat mechanics. A revision kit. Yeah, so a revision kit. So unlike a cartridge game, you know, the PCB that you have is like actual. It's an exposed PCB that's in the cabinet, and so by replacing some of the microchips, or not microchips, by changing some of the hardware on it, you can just put a new game on it. And actually, that's pretty common in arcade games. Like Nintendo did that with Punch-Out, Super Punch-Out, and Arm Wrestling. Those three are actually all three the same board. Even if it's not sold as a revision kit, there's a lot of games where by changing those chips out, you can change the game. Like, I have a copy of UC Cops that's actually a different game entirely that just we replaced the chips on because I would rather have UC Cops. I guess I'm not 100% sure, confident saying if it's true or not, Mixel, so I'll leave it at that. As much as I like the Double Dragon 2 title, I don't feel like it's something I want to just sit here listening to. Oh, whoops, I was still on this screen. Yeah, well, there's also like all the stuff with like old arcade games not having a standard input port. So like if you look at especially like early 80s games, Bronze Era arcade games, they a lot of them each have their own connector. So like if you don't have the right cabinet, if I were to go and buy like a Defender PCB, I couldn't put it in my arcade cabinet because that wasn't standardized yet. So it's PJ actually has that where it's his board is pre-JAMA, so it's all the boards that are on unique connectors. And a lot of times they'd be the same for one company, but after their breakout hits, US. Why is there a backslash? Whatever, that can stay there. actually, let me rephrase this. Sequel Technos' got hit in the US. Actually, I do want to know. Now that I think about it, I do actually want to know. If this was an upgrade kit or it was initially developed as an upgrade kit, but was evolved into a standalone game. Okay, so I misunderstood slightly. Several functional changes and improvements while suffering in other ways that it is clearly yeah, I mean, it's so weird because like early arcade stuff, the whole reason arcades were like such a big thing was because it was so much more efficient to make strong hardware and sell it to a specialized vendor, and then and have them make money as the arcade like credit input than it was to make home consoles more. But then, like, about the PS2 era, that stopped really being realistically true. Like, you couldn't functionally make something in the arcades that was going to be that much more advanced than what home consoles were able to do. It's one of the big reasons why arcades as a market fell apart, is because just like at some point they stopped being able to offer a product that was unique compared to the home experience. Anyway, I should write this instead of control scheme returned to Technos' one of its earlier schemes. Styles of having directional attacks rather than kick. Is something that many people care for. Hardware isn't PS2 based, it's just shoved in there to use some part of it. That's very funny. Otherwise, this game feels more similar to the first than to the first in structure. Includes many reused and hardware improvements are notable. So while there is slowdown, it is much less dramatic. Game's visual and audio presentation is good for its era. while beat 'em ups are not a genre known for extensive storytelling, the abrupt single screen ending can't help punctuate the less complete aspects. I don't know. I feel like I've written a whole lot of nothing, and yet I don't know what else I would say. Reasonable follow-up. First game, but also feels a bit more like an expansion pack than a state. And then Game 2 fans of Double looking to experience you may not enjoy this game if the looking for a bit more storytelling or dynamic choices. So I think this game is pretty good. Like, it's kind of awkward because of, like, I mean, again, it's clearly incomplete. Came out, when did it come out again? Came out in '88, so this was still pre-Final Fight. It was still a lot of experimentation. There's a lot good, but it doesn't feel like some huge accomplishment. It's some big change or upgrade. I'd say, you know, it's fine. It's a game I think definitely people will like or would like at the time. I do think it's one of the games in the era of beat 'em ups where like the limitations are gonna be off-putting to some people because it's just like there's not that many different things to do. There's not a lot of the enemies don't really feel fair. And I don't really like saying that in general. Like, obviously the games aren't intended to be fair, but like, there's a certain level of interaction with enemies where it doesn't feel like things are working quite right, or like it doesn't feel obvious how you're supposed to be interacting with them in any way. And this game kind of has that. Some of the enemies feel very much like it's just not clear how you're intended to interact with them. And that's something that I know can put people off a lot. But your basic moves do mostly work. Except against Jin, I guess. Alright, I am going to take a quick break. And then we'll be back to it. Okay. Back to it. We're talking about earlier, so we might as well go to this.
X-Men.
God, Wolverine's so hairy. All right. So this game, obviously, if you'd been in an arcade at the time this was out, this game lasted a long time compared to a lot of games. And a part of the reason is the giant 6-player arcade cabinet, which, you know, I'm not going to say that the 6-player version of this game is the best, but man, it attracted people's attention. There's no two ways about it. There you go. The 6-player cabinet is absolutely gigantic. One of the biggest machines you've ever seen in an arcade. Probably, it's probably bigger than the DDR machines were, honestly. If you're not including like the pad space. Yeah, it's consistently at MagFest. It's a hell of a game. Yeah, we've got our characters: Cyclops, Colossus, Wolverine, Storm, Nightcrawler, and then Dazzler. The X-Men stuff is so funny because every iteration has or every iteration of like the cartoons and the popular media. Oh, it's probably Dazzler, yes.
In the 21st
Has
century,
the like teen girl drop in,
humans
and they
can
just
do
kept changing
nothing
it.
against the power of the evil mutant. The only hope is X-Men.
Go and save the city.
So this game's voice acting is rather well known, to say the least. And my understanding is the reason it sounds the way it does is because they had the voice actors record the individual words as opposed to continuous lines. This is a game that got some pretty significant regional changes. The main one being the characters have this like down forward attack, which is a specific attack that was removed entirely from the US revisions. They also made some balancing changes to how mutant powers work. In the US version, or in this version, if you have, so the like blue orb thing is the mutant power up below my 1-up on the health bar. In this version of the game, that will be used if I hit the mutant power button. And then if you don't have any, it will use health. They reversed that in the US version. If you have enough health to use it, you will use your health first. This game has kicking while they're down, which is always a nice feature. It's nice to have something to do while the enemies are knocked on their ass. Although it's kind of weird how the damage works in this game, if I recall. And then there's throws, which just happen if you're at the right distance and you're on the right frame. Although if I recall, like one of the weird things that Dazzler has is that throws can happen any frame, unlike some characters. Oh, and that was a health pickup. Those were also removed from the US version, which is fun. Konami was definitely one of the companies that did a lot more nasty stuff in their arcade ports. Or not ports, but regional variants. They really made some nasty changes in some of their games. I don't know if I'd call any of them quarter munchers. They're just a lot harder. To me, quarter munchers like, people throw out Quarter Muncher as, like, a general arcade term for, like, wanting your money, and that's fine, but, like, to me, Konami, or Coin Muncher
Pyro will turn you to toast.
is I kind of reserve that pretty specifically for, like, Midway shit, where it's just, like, Revolution X, where you just literally cannot win the game. Anyway, Pyro, pretty simple boss. Yeah, combat in this is pretty simple. You just kind of walk up and hit them. These laser things are kind of nasty. Sometimes you hit these and they just like counterattack you immediately because they're already shooting and they will process the shot. Yeah, and here's our energy drop, which, again, just removed from the US revisions. Okay. Yep. Bomb was the mutant power. Don't try and use it too much, but that wall is just a mess. And you get a different stage route here. Which I think this is the only place that has a different stage route if you do something like that. Mutant power drops also removed. There are no drops of any kind in the US revision of this game.
Nothing moves the blob.
So this fight's kind of dumb because he tracks his knockdown during this like sitting on his ass part, and so you can just do this crap.
X-Men. We have been taken by Magneto. However, we had time to locate their base on Island M. Destroy it.
The basic Mook selection in this game is also a bit strange. I can't say it feels un-X-Men like. I mean, Sentinels are kind of like very stand-in enemy type. when they need like generic things to fight. But the crocodiles and some of the other things we get later. Yeah, I mean it's not about difficulty comparison for the games. Like wanting an easier game is not wrong, or even saying that this game is easier or harder isn't necessarily true. But like, it's just not that. Oh right, that does vanish. Can't hold health for long periods of time in this one. I'm so used to like Capcom games where the health items just like never go away unless you pick them up. Typically. Not thinking about other games. And then there's these fights that just suck. I think I was supposed to stand like upright of the skull. There we go. Not too bad. Okay. Yeah, I got little dynamic entries once in a while. I don't know. Does this game like you kind of get into like hit the button and walk and you just kind of do it?
X-Men, welcome to die.
There you go. There's the line. So Kick has longer range than I thought. Who was Wendigo? He existed.
Go and rescue Kitty from the cave.
He was kind of like a second, Sabretooth. Kind of a similar type of design. Also, I might be frozen. My phone battery is low. Fix it in a moment. If I can get this guy to come over here. Move on. There we go. Quickly, they're gonna kill me. No! I knew it! Okay. Yeah, I mean, that stuff was definitely an era of the internet that I would not go back to, but for its time, it was certainly entertaining. Whoa, forgot about that. Is this not pointed right? I think I pointed it. Again, I'll have to fix it in a moment. So again, like one of the problems that this game has, that a lot of beat 'em ups has, is context-sensitive actions get a bit weird, especially when you are using the ground kicks. I'm not gonna have that discussion right now, but a lot of what they did was presented in ways that I would not advise. Oh, right, this thing sucks. All these types of fights where it's like a swarm of somethings feel quite bad. I mean, X-Men is just like such a dynamic IP. There's so many different like characters in it, and they have like the whole thing is they each have their own gimmick. So like you can just kind of inherently build around an individual character pretty easily for a game. Yeah, X-Men, I don't doubt that, like, this game and games or other media like this that was not the comics that came out around this time were like big influences on why X-Men got as big as it did. Because yeah, X-Men, to my knowledge, was not really that big of an IP for a long time. Not that it was like nothing or something, just... Here's Master Mold. Oh, another thing I didn't talk about earlier. One of the regional changes was that bosses take 6 hits in the US version to take knockdown instead of 3. And as you can imagine, that makes a pretty big difference in how you fight.
You must rescue the professor.
That's it. That's your cutscene. I don't think you even have to kill these. I think you just walk past them. But I don't think they can shoot through the rocks. They don't shoot that often anyway. Oh, okay. They cannot. They will try, but they cannot.
The White Queen welcomes you to die.
Oop.
Aha.
Aha!
Aha.
That laugh. Seems like her regular standing slap has more range than that kick, actually. You can definitely play these fights more aggressively. There's some ways to push around the AI, I just don't really know them that well. Especially with Dazzler. Forgot about these dudes. Did not want to pick that up yet, but here we are. I don't know. This game's like not unfun to me, but it's just very simple. So it's hard to know like what I should be talking about. I think you can like, yeah, here's Bonebreaker, he's back. This is our connection. Except now he's just a regular ass enemy.
Juggernaut will flatten you.
Anyway, Juggernaut, who found a bazooka. Which is quite funny. I love this design for Juggernaut, where it's just like, I have a bazooka. Why? Yes. Juggernaut deserves a bazooka. Oh, beautiful haircut here. I can't believe it was arcade under the mask.
Excellent.
Holy
Nice job.
shit.
Magneto
It
is
does
over
look
there.
like arcade.
Follow me.
Oh my god.
Ah, you fell into our trap.
I could see Juggernaut being disappointed in wanting to be able to hit flying enemies. And also, like, he would just pick stuff up and throw it, right? Like, there's no need to bring real weaponry into it for him. It worked for the Hulk, why couldn't it work for him? Damn it. I kind of figured I might be too close, but I also didn't really want to leave it. He shot from there, huh? Unlike Punisher, you two can be knocked into the pit in this game, so I do have to be cautious with this. Not getting many throws, which I guess is fine. I forgot they could shoot. It's just nice because throws instantly kill enemies, so when you're getting them consistently, you're especially on higher health enemies. Oh right, the pyro enemy. we're just gonna do that. Well, we'll use that up and hope we get some health soon. Use. You don't necessarily need full health to use a mutant power, so I wasn't sure if I had enough, but I did not. Now, these guys. Very strange boss.
X-Men. Magneto is planning to attack Earth from his asteroid base. You must foil his plan before it's too late. Go after the giant sentinel.
Yeah, I feel like Egyptians get laser beams tied to their stuff in a lot of fiction, sciencey fiction especially. I would definitely say that's something. These things are so annoying. All right, Konami dive kicks. I think these have more health in the US version too. I think they have 3 instead of 2. Be nice if he would come to this side of the screen, but I can't advance without pushing him. For fuck's sake. Don't have enough for a mutant power? Those two just leave? That'd be great if they did. Yeah, okay. Just one guy? Sure. Just four of these dudes. All right, now our boss rush. Shit. So the blob is actually a pretty annoying boss because oh shit, let's just do this. Because he's got a throw that he'll do like really randomly. That's instant. I guess Wendigo does too. I feel like Wendigo doesn't do it as often. If you can get some of these bosses over to the left, their AI gets kind of screwy, but it's pretty difficult to do in my experience. The kick. What do we switch to? Switch to Colossus. I like Colossus. Colossus also has this funny jump kick that's actually quite good. Oh, well, we spawned 3 bosses at the same time, so we're in trouble now. Didn't hit him. Just because he started to attack. Alright, so Magneto has some kicks that are like that. Ha! Ha! Who else we got? We'll be Wolverine. Doesn't really matter that much at this point. The character differences are relevant in this game, but not necessarily for specifically Magneto. just have to time so you don't get that kick. It's the main thing. Got the stab. Oop. Timing is not great right now. Oh my god, it's Magneto. Hey, Kala. How's it going? Oh, somebody already got the shout out for me even.
Alas, that was Mystique, not Magneto. Magneto is at another place. Go, X-Men!
Go, X-Men.
I am Magneto, master of Magnet.
So Magneto works the same way as Mystique Magneto, except also he's got this shield.
You are dead.
And you can only do one thing about that shield.
I kill you.
Oh, he was gonna say the funniest line.
You are nothing. You shall meet with my wrath. X-Men. You are nothing. X-Chicken.
There it is. X chicken.
Die, shield.
So you can use mutant power to break a shield,
You shall meet with my wrath.
which is really the only thing to do with mutant power in this fight because
You are shield.
I think it doesn't damage him normally. How'd golf go, Kala?
You are helpless against my power, X-Men. X-Chicken.
X chicken.
Shield.
Oh, golf hasn't happened yet?
X-Men.
Okay. Shield, X-Men.
You shall meet with my wrath.
Yeah, X chicken. It's funny how much of this fight
You are helpless.
you are help. It's funny how much of this fight Magneto
Die,
spends
X-Men.
taunting you.
Shield.
I also like how Wolverine's base standing sprite doesn't have his claws out, so when you walk, he
You are nothing.
gets them out.
Shield. You shall meet with my wrath.
Yeah, Magneto's voice in this one is wonderful. Magneto is defeated. X-Men succeeded to rescue Professor and return to Earth with the victory. But still, the battle against the threats of evil have just begun. God, I love Colossus so much. He's such a funny character. Oh yeah, that's right. The US version loops, doesn't it? This game has some good but weird jams.
X-Men.
X-Men.
You know, there's a lot of redheads. That's, you know, that's a weird but astute observation. I think a lot of times in like comic media style things, redheads get associated with like being short-tempered. Konami did have a lot of quotable bosses. I mean, it's funny when you're willing to just say shit in a language you barely understand, you'll say shit that's really funny to people in that language. Oh, that's why. One of Konami's best known arcade brawlers. This was a staple of many arcades in its era. Coming out during one of the peaks of popularity of the X-Men. Having the best presentation both in music and sprite work of their era, plus the iconic huge 6-player arcade cabinet. Good players. And kept them interested. Oh, DC had a lot of problems making video games that were any good. Like, they had a lot of problems making video games that were any good. Not that Marvel didn't have a lot of stinkers too. Like, Marvel absolutely had a lot of games that were pretty bad. But I would say the average Marvel release IP game was quite a bit stronger or more well-liked than the average DC release. And I think a big part of that is contributed by the fact that, like, Marvel's style of heroes is much more diverse in what they have going on. Because, like, especially the X-Men are almost like perfect video game characters because they're all based around like one iconic thing that they're doing. Whereas DC had a lot of characters that were like like, how do you make a video game about Superman and make it compelling? Because, like, Superman is just so, by definition, much stronger than the average thing you're gonna have Superman encounter, that you, like, he's either, like, clearly not participating in a meaningful way, or you're fighting, like, one of the villains that's just, like, roid Superman because they need somebody who can actually fight Superman. Just the nature of villains that a character like Superman is going to encounter is not conducive to it. Anyway. The main issues I bring up with this game is its simplistic gameplay loop. For one pack with main attacks all being very similar, and the throwing being essentially out of the player's control. These issues are made worse in the US release, which removes one of the options entirely and adjusts several game balance items in ways that only make it simpler. That said, as a simple game, it keeps a reasonable pace, it presents enough interesting environments to be compelling, even if most of the enemies are silent. Where did we go with this? Yeah, Flash as a hero is unbelievable how much they keep giving him more stuff. This is Knight Rider. I don't know, what is this? Can I even look at this? I don't know if I can even look at what music this is, and I can barely hear it, to be honest with you. Days of Ruined Tecta? And this is entry genre. May not like this being very Okay. So, I think this game delivered exactly the things that it wanted to. I will say I do think the changes to the US are unfortunate, but I don't think any of them are outside of the design goals. I think this game hit exactly where it wanted to, and that's why I think this is, even given my personal distaste for it, I do think it is one of the greats in the genre. And not every, like I said, not every game has to be super complicated. There's absolutely a place for this style of simple game. Yeah, I mean, this game is not a hard 1cc, although I will say the US revision is usually what's at MagFest because it's the 6-player cabs, and that is quite a bit harder. The 6-player cab is also, this game does have changes on the 6-player cab specifically because of how the screen is designed, and I believe even in single player it ends up being quite a bit more difficult because of like how many enemies it has to put on the screen to fill the space. But I could be quite a bit wrong about that. It's hard to say for sure for me because I'm not that detailed in my knowledge of it. Konami, look, I can say a lot of things about Konami's game design that I don't like for their beat-em-ups. There's a lot of stuff I could say I just do not like about how they designed them, but they made games that attracted people to play them. Alright, what else? Need something real much.
Roger, we got a bad situation down there. We got a band of terrorists in a seize control
Yeah.
building.
Well, and the other thing about
There are only 30 hostages inside.
the other thing about X-Men is that
Repeat, they have
arcade
the
owners,
president's
like,
daughter in there.
being able to have throughput on the machine is a relevant thing. And especially when you've got 6 people on a cab and they're putting money in and continuing and playing and trying to make it through the game, like, the 6-player cab was a big thing and a big obligation, but it had throughput. Alright, so this game... Oh, right, I have this hooked to that. This game's interesting because it is not... In Japan, it was not made as a Die Hard game. It was definitely made as an inspired game from Die Hard, but it was its own thing. And then the US release, Sega looked at it and went, hey, why isn't this a Die Hard game? And that was absolutely the right choice. So, this game has a lot of cool stuff going on, and I also feel like this is a game that kind of defeats itself by having too much going on. The move list in this game is gigantic. It's like a Tekken character is built into a beat 'em up. And a lot of the moves just suck. Then we've got these running segments where you get cutscenes, which is pretty exciting. Like this for later. You can pick up ammo reserves. There's a lot of interesting ideas that are just like kind of weird to actually use. I can use one more of these. Yeah, the groin kick. You have to be holding certain things to be able to do the groin kick.
I don't care about those SWAT members. Where is the president's daughter? My time to be.
because we got the lighter out of the trash can or whatever, we get this crap. Yeah, there are a lot of cool moves, like the jumping gunshot into slide kick is quite cool. Reloaded. Got a throwing system that's got lots of funny throws you can do. Baby! And these quick time events are kind of fine because, like, even if you miss them, all you do is you get an extra fight. It's not like you die or something. Anyway, here we are in the bathroom. Just gonna grab this anti-tank rifle that's sitting in the middle of it. And then trip on this toilet paper. The duck back. What a great shirt. These guys can be a problem. You have a super joy in this game, but it kind of uses like a shitload of health. Please. Oh my god. Yeah, this fight is a nightmare sometimes.
Shoot them yet? Police are moving in. Now get to the lobby. Get the hell out of here. Why isn't that safe open yet? Where is that girl? Just find her.
So since we don't have the lighter, we just kind of... Yeah. number. Whoop. Reloaded. Didn't want to. Yep, this has no extend. You have 1 life bar for the entire game. Which, to be fair, it's quite a short game. And there's 2 different arrest animations, depending on what button you use to do it. Have to have a pistol for it. I wouldn't say they give a lot of health. Although the health is kind of weird, because the health pickups, you can, like, overheal. So you can end up with more than the full normal health bar, but if you're over the normal health, then it heals a lot less. Goofball. Yeah, and there's... Do I remember how to do those? There's so many moves in this game that are just sort of like not useful.
You so long to get rid of those SWAT guys. Damn you.
Very cheesy dialogue. It's also funny, they made a sequel to this game, and they just literally reused the entire script with no changes. Not sure where that guy was this whole fight, but, you know. Guys, walk. We got another anti-tank rifle. Give him the pepper. fun little detail is that the bottle is functionally the same weapon as the hand axe that the fireman had earlier.
Someone help me! I'm hiding in the president's office. Someone help me!
Ah, so the cat has found the mouse.
Someone help me!
So fortunately, there's a wall here, sort of. Knife, another weapon which is functionally the same as the hand axe. Ah, yes. This is one of the few cutscenes, or few of these where what you get there matters. A lot of these are random, whether you get punch or kick. That one, if you get punched, you end up like lying prone on the floor at the start of the fight instead of standing. It's strange. Don't really want to use this on these guys, but I'm gonna have to, or it's gonna vanish before I get to do that. God, there's so many moves and half of them fucking blow. That's easily this game's biggest problem, is they just, like, were so ambitious with the move list, and most of the moves just fucking suck. This is why I didn't want to use that, as I wanted it for this guy.
There you are. You got here just in time. This whole building will explode in 5 minutes. But you won't live to see it anyway! Ha 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 ha!
We'll see how this guy cooperates today. Huh? Why didn't it finish that? I was mashing. Oh, we're not dead. Why is it not finishing the throw? Anyway, they're just leaving. Took off his shirt
Damn you.
for reasons. Gotta be really quick with doing the throws on him so that kind of stuff doesn't happen. Huh. It's being kind of fast breaks here today. This is usually a reasonably consistent strategy.
Thank you.
And that's it. That's our ending. And the winners don't use drugs, except William F. Sessions was eliminated from it.
Roger, we got a bad situation down there. We got a band of terrorists that have seized control of the building. They're holding 30 hostages inside, including the president's daughter. I repeat, they have the president's daughter in there.
They have the president's daughter in there.
We got to get her out as soon as possible. Over.
All right. Good. Another staple, many arcades. This game is well loved for its silly story presentation. Well, environment. It suffers from a bit too many things at once, in my opinion. The characters have move lists which would rival many Tekken characters. This ends up feeling like more of a hindrance than a cool feature because it makes difficult want, and many moves are quite bad. Sega's decision was this into the IP that it was. Is that right with parody? It's absolutely correct. Way to go. And brought many eyes to this game which may have otherwise been overlooked. Like many of Sega's early ventures into 3D, graphics were designed in a way that has stood up very well and represents it's clearly and yeah. Lots of it. Yeah, it's because OBS's randomizer for music is very, very bad. So the fact that there's Advance Wars music means it like finds that folder and it just sits there for a while, which is fine. And then this game will quick and a bit silly entry to the genre, or to someone who really is interested in diving into Let's List. May not enjoy stiff moving. I think this game is great. I think Sega made a lot of good decisions. It's unfortunate that it's kind of bogged down by the move list being what it is. But it's easily this was a staple of the arcades for a reason, and that's that it was just good. It's just a good game. Just a good one. Alright, I am going to take another quick breather. We'll probably do like 2 more games maybe, and then probably call it there. get back to it. Alright. As long as we're on the Titan board, we might as well play this number of a game. So if you've never seen this game before, there is a lot of flashing. So if flashing is an issue for you, please be aware of that. Would it actually do credits right for this? Alright, so we can be Batman. You know, Batman's fine. But Robin's here. Those are our only choices.
You're looking at your new partner.
So this game's a 3-button game. There's like a punch button, kick button, jump button. The controls are very weird because, like, depending on how you're moving, things happen. And then you power up and this happens. Which, that's a full screen attack. It kills all the normal enemies that are on screen. Also heals you a bit. Bat call. And then you have this move that uses your meter. And is completely crazy. And now we're small. So yeah, this game is all over the place. I don't know how else to put it. There we go. There's the voice. So that happens every time you get a certain level of, or like number of hits combo. Oh, that fucking just kills you. That's one thing that's I still don't really understand how to avoid properly. And then we get this little thing that we can do. Batman Forever is one of those things that I feel like is just like nobody involved in any part of any of the projects that it had any idea what they were doing with it. Like every single thing associated with this as an IP is just wildly screwed up. So we get to choose one of these to have. We're gonna choose this one pretty much always. Now the enemies are small. You can just trample them. They make little squeaky noises when you do it. Oh, use too much power. Sometimes I just like don't even understand what hit me in this game when I get hit. Whoops, I did not mean to use this. I did tap the button, but I didn't mean to use it. No, this is the fist. It makes us triple up. Okay, we're on the boss sector, so it works out. Anyway, here's the boss. We did spin kicks with 3 of us, and they're dead now. Riddler bonus. What is happening? Why am I... Okay. So one thing I really dislike about this game is that throwing is just totally automatic. You walk into an enemy and it throws them. It's really annoying to move around sometimes because of that. Kind of like a pet peeve of mine in beat 'em ups is when the like basic movement is really weird. Now, here's the boss. No, didn't get the power up. Alright, we don't have to watch these each time. I mean, I guess that's fine. I don't need it for this stage. So you can kind of like grind health on normal guys by like using this entire bar like this, and then picking up power-ups again. god, dude. Dude. Clobbered me. The controls in this game, I, like, sometimes, especially when you're trying to use items, just get really fucking screwy.
You're looking at your new partner.
Because, like, here I'm supposed to be throwing the batarangs, but, like, yeah, they're through it. I don't know why I didn't throw it before. It's probably the main reason I, like, don't care to learn this game better than I have already. The controls are just so stupid sometimes.
Let's start this party with a bang! Boys, kill the bat!
Boys! You can only throw the boomerangs that hit the, that actually hit the helicopter when it says shoot now, but you can throw the batarangs otherwise. It's not the only time you can throw them. I was hitting the throw button and it was doing the unarmed strike, which is dumb. And that happens all the time to me in this game, where I have an item and I want to throw it, and it uses the unarmed strike instead. There's also, like, tons of facing issues where if you, like, try and change directions, in certain times, weird things happen, which that's manageable. Like, I've learned that you can do things that make it not be a problem, but it's still annoying. And then you get hit once because you're stuck. Because the animations in this game are 1,000,000 years long sometimes. And then you instantly die. I think he's invincible during this. Oh, he just kind of died over there. All right. Oops. Oh, they caught him. Okay. Yeah, you can just kind of... kind of do that. There's another example of where I think the controls in this game suck, is there's an enemy next to me as I'm standing up. You better jump, because otherwise you're throwing. I think I would probably just remove the throwing from this game entirely if I were making changes to it. It feels totally purposeless. We're gonna be small. He pushed me into this. Keep getting jump scared by the spank means? Yeah. That'll happen. Yeah, so these like chained together flip kicks that I'm doing, Batman can't do. Someday I should learn Batman, because I'll probably actually learn to, like, what's going on in the game beyond this silly shit. But at the same time, it kind of harkens back to, do I really want to spend time learning this game that I don't like that much? Like, don't get me wrong, I think this game is very funny. But in terms of, like, games where I feel like I'm meaningfully learning something, this is not one of them. Oh yeah, and there's a port of this to DOS and to PS1. Which... yeah. Small time. Oh, you spawned 4 bosses. That's cute. Have not won one of those yet. I don't think it's an actual coin flip. I think it's more likely to be evil, but still. Oh yeah, there's like it. I'm barely at a point with this game where I feel like I could explain to someone what I'm doing. This area tends to sound really fucked up, so don't think that there's something wrong with. Well, something that I don't know is wrong, I guess would be a better way to put it. Hey, Jim. If I mentioned the input, no, it's just like a quarter circle forward kick. So you're just kind of. Fucking hell, dude. I was trying to use the power up and it did the elbow because it buffers whether you're turning around or not for a million years. Right. these guys have like no health. Just one jump kick. Back call.
Multiple
These guys.
multiple knockout.
Doop doo. Ah, the guesser. Please let me move from here. Nope. Okay. Robin. Please hit her? She's just not jump kickable. God. Super battering? Right. And that's it. we just spin kick Two-Face like mad. Yeah, Big Riddle is very funny. You don't get the bonuses if you skip the score tally screen? I did not notice that. That is pretty funny. Yeah, no bonuses after the final stage. All right. DC always had trouble finding their footing with their superhero games. And while this, and especially games based on Batman, very evident that their attempts. It's not really. Usually the same. Is really one that can't be described effectively. Needs to be experienced. Whoever had a pretty movie was already actually, am I remembering wrong? Was Batman Forever received well and later bad, or no? Okay, I was right. It was just received poorly. So trying to have multiple movies based on it. To say this game absolutely does not feel like a Batman game with flashing explosions, constantly very rapid combo-based combat. Was it? Why does all this stuff rate it so bad? I guess it did box a lot. control this game. And enemies feel helpless until they once you suddenly die. Presentation is a bit of a dated 80s style. I'm not sure how it would have looked on release. I cannot say I think this is a particularly good game. It's one worth experiencing, which can be very fun and worth experiencing despite its Is Batman Forever expensive now? Oh, but yeah, for into someone with a fast, frantic. I should actually figure out what the STD cards cost. May not enjoy this game in general. The generally strange and stiff controls or extreme flashing. So you know, sometimes on the internet, the thing comes up of like, you know, this is an X out of 10 game, and you know, I'd rather play a good 7 out of 10 or whatever. And I think this game is at best a C. I'm willing to give it that. I think the game itself is a mess, but there's so much going on in it that's so unique and weird that it's worth experiencing. And I think most people would probably enjoy experiencing it once, even if it was a very, like, what the fuck kind of experience. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else to say about it. It's just a wild game. It's a wild game that's entertaining and not really very good in the grand scheme of things. It's hard to make a game that's not good in the ways that are entertaining, you know? All right, well, I think I'm getting pretty hungry, so I think think we're gonna be calling it here. So I normally don't like doing stuff like this, but if you like beat 'em ups, Mr. Din the Arbitrary has been working on a beat 'em up for a long time that has gotten to Kickstarter, and I am very much not a believer in Kickstarter's model. I want to be clear about this. I've done one Kickstarter ever, and that was more as a thanks to the people that made Double Dragon Neon than actually because I cared about the product they were making. But Din is working on Deadly Metropolis, and if you care about this genre at all, like I cannot think of people who care about this genre more than he does. I know some people who like care about Streets of Rage more, or Final Fight or whatever, but yeah. For a game to get an F, it has to be pretty much non-functional. I don't really give games rankings worse than that, unless there's something fundamentally wrong with them. So yeah, if you're interested in beat 'em ups and you're willing to throw some money at it, I can all but guarantee he'll make a good product. He's already made something that looks better than like half of the Steam projects that I've done. Anyway, we're raiding out. Kala raided earlier, so I'm going to raid her back. She's doing some Neoturf Masters with some friends. Yeah. Have a good one.